Hello everyone, and welcome to another Chill Sunday stream. I hope everyone's having a lovely Sunday. Just going to be unpausing this so we have some music in the background for the Underworld while everybody makes their way in. So today I want to play a little bit more of this game, The Messenger. We're going to be going through the Underworld. Welcome, Jalix. As we can see, there's lava boiling up, and we're gonna have a treacherous time of it. And, we'll make our way through into the next area where there will be a bit of a surprise for the game, where things will start to formulate some sort of circle that you'll see as we move forward. Next, thing I want to talk about today at some point is whose Independence Day is it, given that this is being streamed on July 4th. I figured it'd be a good opportunity to talk a little bit about who exactly Independence Day is for. So, I'm gonna let people make their way in. Also, friendly reminder about the live chat versus top chat thing. I just remembered that myself. So I can actually see the whole chat and not whatever YouTube dictates I can. I'm here with a pot of Earl Grey tea. And again, looking forward to everybody making their way slowly into the stream who's going to come by. And Jalix, did you end up watching the rest of the VOD from last week? Or no? Is that notorious Discord user and friend Doug, who has not been in a stream in a while? Let me just move that over. Yeah. It's Freedom Day. You didn't get to. Oh, so if you've noticed, our character looks different and has a hat now. It's because we've traveled to the future and are now in 16-bit. Improved graphics. We made it to the top of the mountain. We went through the Tower of Time. We passed the test of time. We ended up jumping through and taking a leap of faith and ending up in the future. I'm just gonna check Discord super quick. Okay. Oh yeah, the shopkeeper's still there. But look how, it's slightly different now. Welcome, Duke. How are you this lovely Sunday? Yeah, all the music becomes 16-bit now, while we're in the future. I'm still saving up for Path of Resilience. Give it like one more minute. You are lovely Sunday. do some backflips around the shop. I mean, I'm doing pretty okay. Welcome, King Cyrus. How are you doing today? Yeah, we're doing some shop flips. You know that shopkeep is just staring at me like, what are you doing? I am really glad that you liked the video, King Cyrus. That video was intense to make. And I had to delay it for the morning because I needed some more time to process through everything and work through that. Because it's just the most infuriating thing to see just the level of ignorance that comes off of some people. But as soon as this next lava pit goes down, we can make our way through the Underworld. And a lot of it was just trying to get my the language together. Oh yeah, absolutely. They are flat out doing that. They are flat out trying to bar black women and women of color. Yeah, for sure. And, you know, a lot of it was just trying to get the right language for everything, because there was just so much anger and there was such an immediate response that I had to a lot of it that it was just like, I want to make sure that I can identify this as best as possible given the limited time I have to make this video, and to be able to put it in a short framework of something like a half hour-ish, because I didn't want to make it too long, but I also didn't want to like skip on it or, you know, make it too short either. And it was just trying to find that right balance. But yeah, it was, as you said, Jalix, phobic in a lot of different ways. So we are making our way through the Underworld. Oh yeah, it was sexist. There was definitely that element of transphobia. And the racism was very apparent. No, you're right, Jalix. They did not try that hard to conceal it. I don't think they care, and I don't think they understand it. And if they do understand it, then that almost makes it worse to me. Like, I don't know. There's just, I don't know. I don't think there's ever really been a justification for any of that stuff, but definitely not today, in today's world. Oof, that was close. And as we are traversing through the Underworld, definitely a small difficulty spike up here. I mean, I'd rather it just not happen at the end of the day. And the thing is, they'll deny it regardless, so it's not even worth figuring out whether or not it was malice or ignorance. It truly, truly is, Daleks. Oh, that's not good. And we're dead. No, the music in this game is wonderful. We've got Corbel here, our little green demon. Wait, who is this? Do I want to know, or is this something that's going to ruin my day? Okay, fair. No, like, the entire soundtrack of this game is just something else. Imagine blatant racism using logic to justify it. So basically every single scientific racist argument. Ooh, yay. 10 shards. Oh, she's that. Okay. Okay, King Cyrus. I recognize what you're talking about now. Oh boy, I'm low on health. And I'm dead. Thanks, Squirble. Wasn't asking. Everyone, Quirable's taken. Does that mean I can get... Oh. I was wondering if I could get that again. Ooh, health. That landed on spikes. Got it. Isn't there a secret thing down here? Yes, but I have to not go in the lavas. Mifune, welcome. How are you doing today? That's what I want. You're doing much better than the ninja with lava problems. That's probably true. We are in the Underworld, making our way through. And it looks like we're up to the boss of the Underworld. Chat. Level boss. Looks like the Demon General's up next. Be careful out there, I hear he's pretty fast. Well, this is it. We're gonna go defeat the Demon General. We've taken the message to the future, now it's time to beat this. Nowhere left to run, Demon. Why would I run? You stepped right into my trap. We'll see about that. We'll end this now, champion of the blue robes. Oh crap. I don't think I'm making this. Close. If all else fails, I could try jumping. Thanks, Quirble. Oh, this is a bad run. Yep, this is a bad run. Am I playing with my feet? No. No, Corval. Have I tried jumping? Okay, that was pathetic. That was pathetic on my end. Okay. Yeah, Corval's kind of a jerk. Wait, for real? Oh, come on, you've got, like, no health left. Come on, dodge, 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 dodge. Got him. Whew. Yeah, you have key shurikens. Impossible. I'm the fastest there's ever been. We defeated the demon general. Tell me how to end this curse, or else. Is that simple in your head, Ninja? Is it that simple in your head, Ninja? All of this is bigger than you or me. I'm ending this. Your Demon King is next. Make no mistake, Messenger. None of us are leaving this place alive. If I can't have the scroll, then it shall be destroyed. Get ready for the plot twist, everyone. We're riding on a dragon. Woo, close call. I got you, buddy. Thanks, I guess we're even now? Oh yeah. So what's your name? Manfred. What kind of name is that for a sky serpent? It's not my birth name, but I always wanted to be a butler. Okay. Well, you should dress for the job you want, and not the one you have, right? So call me Manfred. Alright, Manfred. What did you do before the demon's mind controlled you? No time to explain. This is your big moment. Now we're traveling across the sea. JK, thanks for the subscription. Oh, you were hoping for the Western hero? No prophecies for you, worm. Prepare to die. We're the Western hero now. You, I see Barmthazal failed me once again. Your reign is over, despot. Haha, you think this is how it works? Know your place, ninja. Our curse is never ending, and your time is up. As for you, soldier, I can wait for my minions to make short work of you. That was amazing. You're the Western hero, right? No, Did I travel so far east that I made it back to my village from the west? Everything's so different. Did the Tower of Time really send me into the future? I guess this means... Hey, I have an important task for you, I think. Pardon? I mean, take this scroll. You need to carry it across the world to the top of the highest mountain. Really? I'm 100% down to leave this outpost. Yes, a messenger indeed. A messenger? Godspeed. What? Just take the scroll. And so your time as the messenger is up. Well, what do I do now? Well, you could take a few moments to appreciate the reveal that it was all just a loop. No way, I still want to be part of the adventure. Oh, we'll get right to that. What do you mean? I mean, it's time. Time for what? For you to finally open the cabinet. Really? Yes, go ahead and open it. Please do touch the cabinet. I already told you the cabinet's where it is. Believe me, you're ready for what's in there. There's no skeleton in there, I promise. Hey, do open it. It's not empty. I already unlocked it. Why don't you put that curiosity to good use and open the cabinet already? If you don't open the cabinet soon, you'll have to sit through my boring story. I'm warning you, it's boring. It's philosophical. I'll even remove your ability to skip what I'm saying. This is your last warning. You better make sure you have some time ahead if you're gonna keep doing that. Alright, let me share with you my understanding of Madame Melody's work. After observing so many humans over such a long period of time and reading as much as I could, some trends inevitably come up. One thing we all have in common is the need to feel like we have value, power, and abundance in our lives. Now, like many things, there are functional and dysfunctional ways to go about these. Say you are dysfunctional. Your sense of value may come from the approval of others, making you dependent on seeking attention, begging for others to tell you that who you are is adequate. You will feel good when you receive positive feedback, but always be one negative comment away from having your day ruined. That's just an average day on Twitter, I feel like. Now about power. Dysfunctional people get a sense of power by exercising control over others. sometimes right down to policing the way they talk or who they engage with. They feel good when they have a weak partner or friend to control, but feel depressed and weak themselves when no one's around to feed their ego. I do get good comments on Twitter. Whenever Sam's around, Sam's always saying positive things about me. Their sense of abundance will often come from material things, displaying of high status or promiscuity. Even though it feels great while the money and the crowd are there, these lack real depth, and the impact of the inevitable downfall would be hard to overstate. For functional people, it's scarcely documented, as they are generally busy living meaningful lives. Functional people get their sense of value from an understanding and acknowledgement of their inner worth. Their sense of power comes from an ability to self-contain and let others be who they are, while protecting themselves when needed. And abundance simply comes from good self-care. Now, all of this makes sense in theory, but the idea is to be able to apply it. For this, you need to master your emotions. As I understand it, everything you experience is a mix of the big five: fear, joy, sadness, anger, and shame. The primary colors of our experiences, if you will. Mix fear with anger, and you get jealousy. Too much sadness in your joy will make you melancholic. The only way to unpack complex emotions is by breaking them down into which of the big five are concerned, and to deal with each of these individually. Easier said than done, right? Consider haunted house stories for a moment. They're always the same, aren't they? It starts off with an optimistic fool moving in. Soon enough, odd things begin to happen and fear ensues for a while. Eventually, the protagonist has had enough and decides to face the ghost. "What do you want?" they will ask, tired of cowering in fear. As it turns out, ghosts usually know what they want, and it's usually the same thing: for the person who wronged them to face justice, and then to be put to rest. That's usually where the killer faces a trial and the ghost's body is respectfully buried. And just like that, the house becomes a warm haven again. Did you get the metaphors? If you often feel depressed, irritated, or however hindered in your general ability to engage with life, you are just like a haunted house. Your inner child is hurt and will be increasingly uncomfortable to you until you turn around and ask, What do you want? If asked honestly, you will find that the answers are within you all along, and that following through with the inner child's request is both challenging and life-changing. Only then can you begin the process of discovering your true self, to finally get rid of your chains. These were my final ramblings. Please keep in mind that I am but a shopkeeper. Everything I say should be taken with the biggest grain of salt you can find. Please open the cabinet now. Alright, you all ready to see what's in the cabinet? Are we ready for this grand reveal? That wasn't boring at all, says Mifune. Well, he did warn us it would be philosophical. When we open the cabinet, we reveal robes. So it's a closet for blue robes. Why, yes. What did it look like? Well, don't just stand there, grab one your size. I think I hear someone coming. Get behind the counter. We're the shopkeep now. Ah, the messenger. I wasn't expecting you so soon. What is this place? This is the shop. It doesn't look like a shop. Hey, I said this. I mean, do I look like a shopkeeper? If you remember when the other shopkeeper first talked to us, they said, do I look like a shopkeeper? What? Anyway, here's a power-up that'll let you charge your beam. Oh, there's upgrades too? Sweet. Shop flips are a thing. So thanks for the beam charger upgrade. You bet. You know, the way everything looks, it just felt like I should be able to do that. Yeah, that's what Ray Troyd invented it decades ago. Who's Ray Troyd? Just the follow-up to an earlier joke. I don't get it. Some will. Hey, is everything alright? It's kind of boring, but I guess I'm okay. No, I mean, it's been a while since your messenger visited. Oh, I don't know, I didn't enter the shop so often myself. You're in the Tower of Time, remember? So it should automatically take you forward in time to the next important moment. Which is... either your messenger enters the shop or dies. Oh. Did your messenger die? How would I know that? By using the scrying orb? If Corbel isn't sent within 10 seconds, your messenger dies for good. And when were you planning on mentioning that? Oh no. Oh no 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 no. We need to fix this. Oh, it is we now. Come on, this is not the time to argue. We have to look at this holistically. Look at this holistically? What does that even mean? It means I'm as lost as you are, but I still want you to think I'm the smartest one here. I'll go fetch the scroll. Hold on. Be right back. I need to talk to the others. Okay, we've reached an agreement. You're the one that needs to finish this. Really? Yeah, really. You weren't fit to be a shopkeep anyway. I'll leave the scroll here with your clothes. Come join us after you've changed. Hey, it's you. I really missed that time when we did that thing. The others don't want to do it anymore. Welcome to the Tower of Time. I put it back to its headquarters from after you beat the challenge. Which I had designed myself, by the way. If you want to replay, let me know. You may have missed a few hidden things. Actually, we broke the time loop because we screwed up and didn't send Corbel. We let our messenger die. Look, all I'm saying is he's been carrying the scroll for a long time already, and it could be dangerous. It is exactly as was foretold in the visions. A born-again messenger will master time itself to end the curse by fighting in 2 cycles simultaneously. I don't know, warping once to go to the future was risky enough. You think he can sustain doing that constantly? Well, unless you want to carry the scroll again, I don't see that we have any other choice. Besides, we really need to find the remaining music notes. So you still believe the music box is important? Well, I am the prophet, right? So yeah, I believe in the prophecy. Well, if you really mean to help the messenger, try to tone down that wannabe epic tone of yours. Careful, heathen. The mists of legend are very complex, and attempts to trivialize their meaning may cause... Whatever, I'll be in my shop. So the prophet will be your guide from now on. Good luck with that. That's funny, Mifune. So the messenger rises once more. I'm not sure what I should do next. The mists of time are quite intricate indeed, but fear not, for the prophet is here to unravel their meaning. More like the interpret, then, am I right? I will forgive this affront, for these are troubled times. Behold the messenger as the Tower of Time's portal nexus activates to help you on your quest. Return here whenever you seek guidance, and I shall provide. Godspeed. Under the shroud of night, crimson trees shelter a magic newt ready to be collected. Welcome, Perry. Oh, we're back in the Autumn Hills, but in the future. Hey, you warped. Yeah, pretty neat. Things are probably going to get cryptic from now on with all this profit business, so you'll probably want to make extensive use of your map. My map? Your map, yes. I don't have a map. Are you kidding me? I'm telling you, I don't have a map. Okay, let me get this straight. We gave you a scroll. The fate of the whole world seems to hinge on it. We gave you a hero title relating to it. You carried it for days across countless perilous situations, even through time itself, and you never even bothered reading it? You're an animal. Turns out the scroll was actually a map. Yeah, we had a map the whole time. I'll be in my shop. If you have the coin, I'll be happy to mess with the profit by pointing out the hints on your map. Be safe now. Also, this is an area that we definitely could not have reached before. Also, new gimmick. We can transport through time. Exactly. That's what it turns into. Also, we have new upgrades. Time Sense adds a blue glow to rooms on the area map where you can shift between the past and the future time periods. Power Sense adds a counter on the world map for the amount of power seals left in an area. Focused Power Sense marks the location of all power seals on the area map. Centered Mind. Key charges +1, Shuriken Pierce 2 targets. Going into the adventure with purpose and focus gives you more energy to use in combat. Rejuvenative Spirit. HP +1 and potions now fully heal. Being one with body and soul, you are now resistant and benefit more from healing. And finally, Demon's Bane, an attack boost. By mastering patience and focus, you can wait to passively charge your next attack, making it deal triple damage. But we're still going to go for Path of Resilience first. Also, we can now enter the Temple of Time at any point. But we are going to want to go back to... Welcome, Prophet Cattle. How are you today? Glad to hear it. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing pretty alright. Just chilling, playing the messenger. Listening to this awesome track from the Autumn Hills. Doug, thanks for coming by, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. And time portal. Back to 8-bit. Remember these little pillar things that we couldn't do anything about? Well, now if we go through time, they're open in the future. Almost have enough for the upgrade. This new time dimension is something else. Yeah, for sure. We are on the wrong side. Oh no, we were not. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, and so switching back and forth between the time periods really does become a huge mechanic, as well as going back to areas in the time periods we haven't been to them. And it always amazes me, like, how well the music is able to shift between the 8-bit and the 16-bit so easily. But there we have it. We got a music note. We don't know why we're getting these music notes, but We're supposed to get them. It's part of the prophecy or something. You got the Key of Hope. Materialized from the repeating intentions of countless villagers wishing their messengers well over the past cycles, it is one of the notes needed to create a melody that will break the curse. And so, yeah, we went through that cycle. Agreed. Toadtastic indeed. And Power Seal. The ninja's hat is always in 16-bit. It's a cool hat. But no, I definitely agree. It's a cool hat. Welcome back to the village that we started in, but in the future. And this is the area we started the game in. Right on this spot. But there was a secret up here the whole time. Nostalgia secrets indeed. What's even more of a nostalgia secret is if we go back in time here. Our champion returns. How is adventure treating you? A little bit harder than I thought, but the music is amazing. Agreed. This is a man with good taste. You left too soon. I should have taught you the power of true sight. True sight. It is a technique seldom taught to young students such as yourself. Unless the mind can be expanded, that is. How can I expand my mind? A warm cup of astral tea will do that. Unfortunately, we ran out of astral leaves a few years ago. All we have is a single seed, but fully grown, it would take centuries. Fully growing it would take centuries. Give me the seed, I'll see what I can do. I was hoping you would say that. Now find a flower bed and wait a few centuries. That is still kind of trippy. Oh, Mifune, that's funny. They have a good point, though, to toot their own music horn. The music in this game is fantastic. Oh, for real. I'm like 20 away from being able to get the upgrade. Hold up. Four. Thank you. This game would compete with the best Nintendo game soundtracks. I completely agree. Hey there, shopkeep. I will take Path of Resilience. No more 3 damage from spikes. Thank you very much. Also, that's new. What's that? Ah, yes, the jukebox. Jukebox? Silly name, huh? I brought it back from one of my journeys through time back in the day. I'm not sure what it's for, but it sure looks pretty cool. So what happened to the cabinet? Oh, I teleported it somewhere else since we didn't need it anymore. Where is it now? That's something you may or may not find out later. Play your favorite tunes in the shop or access it through the pause menu to change a level's track. So, let's see. Let me see the area map. We finished the Ninja Village. Autumn Hills still has some secrets, I think. One more secret, 2 more secrets, but we just got the Astral Tea. There's a couple of things we could do. We can go to Glacial Peak, but we really need to get to the Searing Crags. Then there's this portal. That's the caverns. This portal shall be opened from the other side. I know where that is. I know where that is. Alright, so we're gonna have to go to the peaks. Oh, what's this? Hey, you're Ruxton's staff. Wow, you took your sweet time, didn't you? 500 years. Do you have any idea how cold it is up here? Well, I'll leave you here. The messenger will need you in the future, he said. 15 minutes in and I was already cold and bored. Had I known it would take you centuries to show up, Actually, I'm kind of helpless. How are you supposed to help me? I'm not interested in wielding a necromancer weapon. I don't know, Ruxton got obsessed with Blue Robe's history. Said something about how a tower used to get to the clouds wouldn't be here anymore. So my epic contribution after waiting for centuries in the cold, apparently simply to beam you up and down as you please. To the cloud ruins? Yeah, that's sure to come in handy. Can we go now? You really think I'd be sitting here if I could teleport? Only way you can activate my magic is for you to, you need Ruxton's amulet. Yeah, we don't have Ruxton's amulet. So, we have two options. Either we make our way down the mountain here, or... yeah, that's probably the best way to go. Actually, we can go to the catacombs. And we can go get Ruxton's amulet. Okay, I don't know what that was. Actually, wait, we're in the Howling Grotto, not the catacombs. So you know what? I will go unlock the portal to the Searing Crags. Unfortunately, we have to go find a way back to the other time period. I believe. Actually, can we even do that? Yeah, there's a portal up there. Here we are. I am definitely going to want to get the map upgrades next. They're just convenient. The ninja cannot learn a healing meditation, unfortunately. Though every time you step on a save point, he technically heals up, so... Okay, here we are. Traveling to the Quillshire Marsh. So this is where you actually learn about that instrument we found last time. I think. Or no, there's another pathway. Oh wait, I missed a path. Hold up. I just saw that on the map. Nice. And there's a path up here. That's right. I remember now. That was not the cleanest run through that. But we're okay. In a lot of ways, it's really nice design, because even though we're forced to backtrack through some of these areas, they have entirely different, like, backgrounds. And they're so much more fleshed out in the 16-bit era. On top of that, there's, like, slightly different music, even though they're similar. And there's new pathways and areas that you can go through, so it doesn't feel like the same experience entirely. Never mind the fact that you can go through the early parts of the game literally being acrobatic as you can be. Do you remember when Corporal said he was taken? I do! That was still weird. I also feel like you get time shards so much faster in the future than you did in the past. You think Corbel's dating Candace Owens? Why would you think that? Adds a blue glow to rooms on the area map, thank you. Oh boy, I needed that. So that upgrade I just got basically allows me to see the different time portals. So now I can tell when I can go. Literally, when I can go. It seems to me Corbel and Candace deserve each other. What are you trying to say about them? I mean, Corbel actually literally saves our life. Oh, I can heal right here. Is Corbel a warlock? No, Corbel is actually a green demon. Ah, I needed to switch there. Okay. And boom. And what is this pathway to? Secret tunnel. We're back in the catacombs? Oh, we're in the Howling Grotto, rather? Oh yeah, I forgot about this path. It's just a shortcut that we opened up. Yeah, Corbel's actually a demon. Oh, if you remember the story about the woman who trapped Death with the tree by taking one of the pears that we heard, if you look in the background, you can actually see Death holding the pear and stuck to the tree. This is one of the stories from the background. Well, Corbel's a capitalist, so that's why Corbel turned on the other demons to help us. So, like, every one of those stories is actually shown in the background somewhere. Here we go, Searing Crags. This is where the portal is, right? Yep, here we go. We've unlocked the Searing Crags portal. Now, where does this lead? We can't... What do we do here? There's no way I can make that jump. But there's a Phobican over there. Which time? I need to be in... Oh, this part's kind of annoying, actually. Here we are. I think we have to actually climb the mountain like 3 times. From this point. It's one of the more backtracking heavy parts. I forgot about this. This is one of the hardest puzzles in the game. Yep. Who could have guessed that you would just fall like that? Thanks, Squirble. I think the secret was to hit the second one. Not the first one. Yep, that was it. And if you recall, this is where our friends were waiting to... Oh boy. Yep. They died. They died waiting to make their food. It is very sad. But what's this? You got a power thistle. Time to prevent 2 dumb brothers from waiting for death. So now we go back to the past. Climb the mountain again. And they're alive again. Hey, it's the little guy again. What is, I have your power thistle. Huh? Hey, he's not kidding, Kolos. So I see, Susses. Never mind how you pulled this off, little guy. Throw it in the stew. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Kolos? Oh, this is where it gets serious, Susses. It's chugging time. I'm satiated, Susses. I'm content, Kolos. Shall we test how strong it made us, Susses? Aye, aye, it's all I crave, Kolos. Don't move, little guy. Well, now I need some sleep, Susses. I reckon, Kolos. Thanks for everything, little guy. Welcome to an area we could not reach otherwise. Music note. We got 2 of them. Well, Hooligan Sam, welcome. Indeed. Forced into being by Kolos and Sus's physical feats, it is one of the notes needed to create a melody that will break the curse. Actually, I think it might be faster for me. If I go around this way. Because, believe it or not, I now have to climb this mountain 2 more times. How are you doing today, Sam, by the way? Excuse me. What's up, little guy? Can I use a corner of your flower bed? I have a seed to plant. I don't see why not. Concerns, Kolos? We've got to binge some TV today before AT&T gets replaced by Fios, so we're having a little cookout and doing that in a few minutes. Nice! I hope you enjoy. Be our guest, little guy. So now we planted the seed for the Astral Tea. Now if we drop back down... and climb it in the future, we can go pick up our tea. And I think after we pick up this tea, it might be a good moment to start our topic for the day. After a very small break. Or maybe we'll bring it back to the village. You got the astral tea leaves. The ninja elders should know what to do with these. Yeah, we'll bring it back to the village. Greetings, Emma. Welcome. How are you doing today? Now time to take this back to the village elder. That's good to hear, Emma. Yeah, we'll take the tea leaf back to the elder, and then we'll get the power of true sight. And that'll be a great time to take a small break. Also, how much do I need? I need 5 more, are you kidding me? I'll pick it up on the way back, I guess. Or I'm getting it right here. Okay, I'll just go to the shop quick. And I will have all the map upgrades. So now if we open our map, we can actually see where there are power seals that we've missed. We can also see how many power seals there are in a specific area, so we can start going for them. Thank goodness I got all the ones from the Tower of Time already. I don't have to go back there. I hate the Tower of Time in this game. It is my least favorite place in the game. But let's make our way to that tea. Go through here, and... Elder, we've brought you tea. Welcome, young adventurer. Greetings, Elder. I got the tea leaves. An impressive feat. It would seem you've mastered time itself. Ah, to taste astral tea once again. You have brought an old man great joy. Thank you and farewell, brave messenger. Yes? You were supposed to use the tea to expand my mind to grant me the power of true sight. Ah, yes, the power of true sight. Apologies. As it ages, the mind tends to err indeed. Here's a candle for you. You got the power of true sight. Or in other words, an ordinary wax candle. Thank you once again for the astral tea. I hope you put the legendary power of the wax candle to good use. If you ever enter a very dark place, it should help you see, at least a little bit. We just did all of that for a candle. He drank the tea so we could have a candle. And we actually do need that candle. Well, technically you don't, because there's actually an achievement for getting through the dark place without the candle. But, I did it once. Never again. Never again. Get back to the shop. Does anybody have a track request while I am gone for a minute? $350 for Centered Mind, $350 for Rejuvenative Spirit. I'll probably just get... You want Bamboo Creek? Cool. Sounds good. I will be right back. Okay. What's up? You all enjoy Bamboo Creek while I was gone? Okay. So yeah, today I wanted to talk about who is Independence Day for anyway. And in order to talk about that, I wanted to briefly touch on something that was actually taken out of the the Declaration of Independence. There was a section of the Declaration of Independence that was written that talked about the institution of slavery being abhorrent. And that section was, in fact, taken out. However, they managed to keep in the section that was critical of indigenous populations. And it always struck me as funny and odd that the thing that a lot of the colonists, especially present at that signing, that they could agree upon was their racial privilege as white people, even if they were not going to call it that. Given that there was a bunch of people, especially in the US, who were not, in fact, free and independent. And it's celebrated as July 4th, Independence Day, the day that the United States became independent from Great Britain. However, the reality is, not every American became independent. People forget that. For African Americans, that certainly was not the case. For Indigenous Americans, that continues to not be the case, where their land was consistently seized for decades and centuries after. And when we look at other populations that have US citizenship, it certainly wasn't their independence. Puerto Ricans, for example. So the question becomes, when we celebrate July 4th, whose independence are we really speaking to? And the funny thing is also, well, technically the slaves became slaves independent from Britain. Not much of a difference there. Actually, funny thing that you brought up there, Great Britain actually promised to free any slaves that decided to rebel against the colonies. And as they did in the War of 1812, whenever something like that happened, they typically kept their word with it. Weirdly enough, there was actually an incitement by the British to cause slave revolts. That was neither fought against nor seen as problematic by any of the colonists in rebellion. Which again begs the question, who was the revolution for? And I think that's something worth talking about. And I'm sure, I have not covered every single group that was affected by that. So I kind of wanted to throw it out to you all if I've missed anybody and just kind of have this conversation. I am glad that you're here and enjoying yourself, merchants. I hope you're having a lovely time. It for sure wasn't Black and Indigenous people, right? And the fact that we can assign different dates for even, like, the remotest formulation of potential dates, even if we don't acknowledge that, like, true freedom has been accomplished. It kind of calls into question the idea that July 4th is this Independence Day for everybody. That it's supposed to be something that celebrates the freedom of the country and all that. Oh, look, a new area. Oh, we're in the catacombs. But I thought America was a monolith. I mean, isn't it? No, not at all. Friendly reminder that the American Revolution, the US also tried to invade Canada and failed. There was fire, too. No, it's one of the best parts, Duke. Like, the music is so fluid in this game of changing between the different time periods and between, like, changing when you go underwater. Well, the US acts like it's a monolith, like it has all the answers and all the solutions, but really it doesn't. Okay, I deserve it. Did someone tell you that was a secret passage? My brother used to do that. Okay, it's official. Corbel's brother is actually more of a jerk than Corbel. Let's clear this area out. I think we have one more power seal in the Autumn Hills. Deification of the Founding Fathers is very annoying in my opinion. Than anything of the worship of the Constitution, the liberals, conservatives are ridiculous. God didn't write this document. Oh boy. You're telling me. It's also just this color blindness that comes about with all of this. You know who else wasn't, freed? Women. Of all backgrounds. Actually funny, one of the only, you know, founding people to even mention the plight of women was John Adams, because his wife Abigail was actually quite feminist in a lot of ways, like early feminist, and she advocated and asked why women were not allowed in the Continental Congress. So yeah, like, Again, who was this independence for? Happy White Men's Freedom Day, truthfully. Well, that's true. Actually, Jalix, you bring up another good point, because technically speaking, it was only wealthy men with white men with property. It wasn't even the people of the land, because there was no democratic institution. You didn't see a universal white male suffrage until Andrew Jackson's presidency, truly? You had to have a certain amount of property, yeah. Funny how that works. Also, if we really want to be technical, the Declaration of Independence was signed on the 2nd, not the 4th. The 4th is when it was finalized. And it wasn't fully considered ratified until August 4th. So, you know, technically speaking, nothing happened today, historically. Actually, the John and Abigail Adams are a very interesting couple in terms of the revolutionary process. While I'm not a huge proponent of deifying the founders of the country in any way, shape, or form, John and Abigail Adams probably sacrificed more than any other of the people who signed those documents to foster the revolution from happening. Because Boston is probably one of the only areas that really, truly got affected. And as for their time period, from what I do know and what I have researched, they were probably more progressive in some weird ways than most other people. And I mean that across the board. Like, they were staunchly anti-slavery and against the practice of it, from what I understand. It's been a really long time since I looked into them, so I could be mistaken, but they were anti-slavery and anti-Wall Street. And if I remember correctly, they also had some, like, very positive views compared to a lot of the white society around the indigenous Americans. Also, that one's blue because we got it already. But there was actually a secret we couldn't access. Down here. And they were some of the first people to advocate for universal education as a fundamental right. Like, not the first, but it's actually fascinating in that regard. Adams, I know, had a lot of disagreements with Jefferson in particular over slavery. He was not fond of the fact that Jefferson had slaves, which is why I don't find it a viable excuse to just be like, oh, it was the times. No, like, people knew it was morally wrong. And Abigail used to advise John a lot. If you look at a lot of their letters, when he was having trouble, she would step in and be like, here's what I think you should do, kind of thing. Yeah, there's no defending Jefferson. No, that's actually a really good point, Duke. Literacy was not even like a normal mandated thing. We take that for granted in this day and age, that most people can read. Especially on the internet, right? But, like, there was a time period where that wasn't standard. And I remember reading somewhere that one of Adam's criticisms of democracy was the lack of universal education. That he was afraid of demagogues, like Trump, popping into power and abusing the populace in certain ways if they did not, if they were not educated. So he was very much pro-education to create a democracy. Even though in his time he didn't advocate for a democratic institution. Which you can argue back and forth about, right? But, like I said, for his time, he was definitely someone that is an interesting figure to look into in terms of all of that. I've been looking for my colleagues Acro, Claustro, and Pyro. What time period do I want to be in when I go back to the catacombs? Probably 8-bit. 8-bit would probably be safer. I can go get those 2 power seals. And then I can go down the secret passageway. Cool. We have a plan. We still can't access the Forlorn Temple. That shift is actually brilliantly done in that music. A world without literacy, a lot of stuff wouldn't even have worked. Well, not in a Western society, for sure. Without literacy in a Western society, you're pretty much not gonna survive. There were societies where I feel like it was quite feasible to survive on, say, like an oral tradition. But with the way documents were handled and everything else, certainly not within a Western society. And we have more health. I just swam into spikes. You know, Mifune, I've always wondered about that term pre-industrial. On whether or not that kind of has like a Eurocentric focus to it. Like, why is there an assumption that any society would become industrial? Like, pre-industrial kind of assumes that industrial is the end goal. And I think for a lot of societies, if they had done something even equivalent to industrialization, I don't think it would be the same industrialization. But I always wonder about that terminology. Like, does it presuppose that industrialization was meant to happen, kind of thing? And I'm not, like, knocking you or anything when I say that, just something I've been thinking about, actually. Like, when we retroactively call certain societies pre-industrial. Cyrus says that's very true. This is the problem when people discuss potential for alien societies. They assume peak of civilization is colonizing galaxies, and it's like, whoa, why is that the assumption? Yeah, and like, I'm not knocking anybody for using that terminology, because it is a standard practice to use that terminology, right? I'm just trying to, like, think about the understanding behind that, and maybe kind of just ask the question of, like, does this have something there that maybe wasn't intentional or wasn't intended? I think industrialization was kind of happening for a long time. I mean, with the increase of productivity. I mean, if you're basing that on Western standards, sure. Like, I feel like Europe, as Europe, would have always, I don't think there should only be one accepted form of industrialization, but I do think technological development makes some form of industrialization. I would say we should aim for an industrial democracy. I'm just thinking about certain cultures that would have never practiced, say, mining, or never developed, by cultural choice, some of the, practices that we end up performing. In today's world. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm limited in my imagination of what would define industrialization, right? And I accept that as a possibility when I'm exploring this. But I have a hard time imagining a form of industrialization without, resource extraction. And to me, I can imagine societies that did not prioritize resource extraction. And so that's why I kind of wonder if industrialization was necessarily guaranteed. Oh, right. I see what I have to do here. I think? Yeah, there we go. I don't think capitalism's the only form of industrialization that's possible. If you have an alternative one that you can imagine or describe, I would be very willing to hear that. Because, like I said, I can't imagine it. Like, not even if we didn't have capitalism, I can't imagine some form of that industrialization without that resource extraction. Which, again, goes against some of the cultural norms of certain groups. Like, if a society had created some sort of alternative to that, what would that even look like? to something that we would consider or call industrialization. An abundance of metals was kind of a prerequisite for large machinery. That's where my head's at, Jalix. And that's why I'm wondering, is it me lacking the imagination to see something different? Or, like, I could accept both. Anarcho-syndicalism is largely against transitioning into post-capitalist industrialization. Well, yeah, for sure, but anarcho-syndicalism still is kind of predicated on the idea that we're going to have the machines already. Like, that thought process comes from a post-capitalist understanding. Like, capitalism had to happen for anarcho-syndicalism to have that mindset. Okay, grappling hook missed. Oh hi, I'm Corbel's coworker, Quibble. Apparently I just had to see the face you make when you fall into a pit. Priceless indeed. Okay. And even there, you'd need large pieces of stone, which would require quarries and deforestation for the wood. Yeah, I'm also thinking, like, societies that were already practicing certain forms of forest farming, like... what would an industrialization process or an advancement down, I guess, maybe a different tech tree or something have looked like? Is any of this inevitable? And I don't know. Social ecology is also an answer to this question. How so, Mufune? That's all of the secrets. So now we have to go back. It's impossible to truly know that, but it is an interesting thought. Yeah, that's where I'm coming from at it, Duke. Like, I'm just trying to imagine, like, what would that alternate reality look like? Would it be possible? And is the term, like, pre-industrial judgmental? Gengel says, industrialization came about as a culmination of various factors. One of these was technological innovation, so some dudes thought we should extract this technology to produce stuff to extract resources. Yeah, like, that's where I'm coming from as well, Gengel. Also, hello, welcome, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us. Like, I can't separate in my mind the idea of industrialization from that wealth extraction, even if it's not done in a capitalist distribution. Also, I think we're about to find a new area. I think it's because the technology that we use created through the lens of extraction, and plus, let's not forget capitalism has to maintain scarcity to justify itself. True. But I also imagine that we could have developed directly into socialism, for example. Like, we could have still produced the same means of production, but developed it in a communal sense, right? Like, we still could have done that, but I still see wealth extraction happening from the planet, for example, or through mining or through oil production. I can't imagine the massive production of machines and everything, even if it was based on a for-need basis, without that level of digging into the earth, of mining things out, of creating machines. And when I think about industrialization, I'm very caught up on that mindset. Social ecology is about eliminating hierarchical social relation with each other and nature itself, so we can exist as beings integrated into nature and have thriving scientific innovation. Interesting. Technology went in the direction of being useful for industry. Technology became shaped by industry. Cyrus says alternative reality that, in my opinion, would be discovery of nuclear fusion is a start to a hypothetical but not an unlikely one. I mean, yeah, if nuclear fusion were somehow developed, I feel like that would just skip the any form of industrialization at that point. Welcome to the dark. And we're dead. So yeah, there's actually an achievement for navigating this whole area without the ability to see. It's not inevitable that technology should be linked to industrialism. Well, we're using the candle, Duke. If you come here without the candle, it's pitch black. Like, you can't see at all. How could you develop nuclear fusion without plastics or without large quantities of metals or even rare earths for that sake? Yeah, like, I don't know. You think nuclear would, if we're talking about fusion instead of fission, I think fusion would be very different. Fusion, we're practically talking about, I don't know. I feel like that would be a different level. I don't even know if that would be industrial at that point. But maybe you're right, Mifune. I don't know. I don't know what we would even begin to describe that. I think there's definitely ways that we could have that we could develop technology that avoids what I would define as industrialization. And I think that's really what it comes down to. Mifune, I know you've been kind of offering an alternative, as it were. What do you define in industrialization to be? Because maybe that would help if we had a definition. This is a new area. The Turquoise River. Through quantum mechanics, but now I'm leaping into a different territory. Well, it'd be endless clean energy, surpassing the need for resource extraction for energy at least, yeah. I mean, I would buy that that's a different form of industrialization. The use of technology used to executing large-scale labor projects. Oh, if that's what you're defining as, industrialization, I'd argue that Europe was actually one of the last places on the planet to get industrial. Like, I can think of so many works and projects that were using technologies on a large scale. Yeah, by that definition, Europe was the last pre-industrial um, society. I was thinking of the Great Wall, actually. Like any great works. Heck, you could even go to the Hanging Gardens. You could go to Babylon. What about how the Great Pyramid of Giza can focus electromagnetic energy? Is that bogus, or does it show potential for alternate methods of energy technology? Uh, you were speaking in an area I have no knowledge of. The people saying industrialization began in Europe are trying to push the narrative that capitalism is the end of history. Huh. That's interesting. Honestly, Mifune, I'm grateful we're having this conversation because it's opening my mind up a little bit. What do we define then as a pre-industrial civilization in this conception of it that you're putting out there? Also, I don't know if I want to go through the Turquoise River yet, actually. I have a portal. I can come back. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, Perry, honestly, if there were alternative technologies. Mm. I mean, Tesla, for example, imagined large-scale Tesla coils. Powering the entire world. Where people would have access to basically free energy. And be able to literally tap it out of the air. Without the need of, like, electricity and wires and plugs and everything. Or, at the very least, minimizing that to local sources. Tesla was not made for capitalism. A small village that doesn't really interact with any outside communities would be an example of pre-industrial society. Tentatively, that sounds reasonable based on the definitions that we're using. How do I get that one? Is that block? Ah, that block's breakable. Nice. How do I do this one again? Oh, I see. Damn it. Great question, Cyrus. Mifune is it, though? Aren't they still using the land and using energy from said land? Yeah, this is actually bringing up a great conversation that I was not expecting to have. I feel you're right here, Mifune. Industrialization is seen as metal and grime. I think we need to use the word in a different context, in my view. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you both on that. How the heck? To me, industrialization describes a particular historical era. The post-feudal movement of labor from country to city, large-scale use of coal and steam power, use of resources from colonies. Oh, so you're thinking of, like, the historical era of industrialization and industrialism. Yeah, see, that's where I come from with it also, with that historical analysis and lens, where it's like, industrialization has to have coal. Like, it's specifically tied to a very colonial practice and everything like that. Like, you need, at the very least, some sort of energy that is extracted. Because I'm thinking of it from the... That's a very liberal framing. How so, Mifune? Let's see. There's one down there. And I need to get to the end of the catacombs, so... I need to get to Bamboo Creek, but I also need to move forward. So I should go backwards to Bamboo Creek first. Like, I don't know, I feel like in a lot of the understandings of what industrial ends up meaning in when most people say it, I think that steel and grime is generally what people think of. Mifune says the liberals were presenting a capitalist form of industrialization as a process of liberating us from feudal tyranny and moving us to the end of history. Okay, I see that framework. I see how that is a liberal understanding, actually, from what you're describing. Where I come at it is more from the framing of the usage of massive scales of energy production. Where I would see the coal and steel production and even the steam engine as being what we would typically consider as European industrialization, right? These larger projects, which are not necessarily tied specifically to capitalism. They didn't have to be, but it was very much a European idea of becoming industrial. And I don't think any other culture necessarily would have gone through that same form of industrialization or anything like that. I'm just thinking about the fact that that's typically how it's thought of, that that's industrialization. And I'm thinking about it in comparison to the definition you laid out. And I'm kind of going back and forth in my head about it, honestly. Like, should we start defining it based on what you had said? I'm not saying industry ended feudalism. The end of feudalism was incidental. It was probably time for it to end. Well, yeah, in Western societies, for sure. Because it's not like feudalism was practiced everywhere. You know what? I am very briefly going to just look up. I don't know if it's just me having a bias, but the idea of that word industrial ends up having certain connotations for me. Coal, labor, steam, and colonial assets became, yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Industrial. That's great. Relating or characterized by industry. Great definition. That's not helpful. Similar, manufacturing, factory, commercial. That's the thing. It's mass-scale manufacturing and energy production that I often associate with the Western understanding of, or the European understanding of industrialization. But then again, we also have the usage of industrial scale, like a large, great project, which actually gives credence to Mifune's position. Actually, I think the other definition of industrial honestly gives a lot of what you were saying, Mifune, a lot of credence. The idea of like an industrial scale, right? Like a massive project and undertaking. What does that unlock again? King Cyrus says a lot of the times it really wasn't like it wasn't look at ancient China. It's hard to say China had a feudal system depending on the eras. That's true. And a lot of people do tend to associate, like, certain eras of China's history with feudalism. Whether that's a true thing or not. Industry has to involve technology though, right? Like building massive temples would not be industry. Of, well, what type of technology are you talking about? Because technically, a lot of the things that we. Writing, for example, is a technology. A pen is technically a form of technology, right? Um, when you ask that question, what are you referring to as technology? Because the narrow definition that technology is merely when we got machines to automate things, right? Automation. Which I think is a lot of what people think of when they think of industrialization as technology. It's automation. But the plow was a form of technology. Gunpowder was a form of technology. Having access to being able to map the stars is a form of technology, technically. Um, so if you're able to do masonry and build a massive temple, why would masonry not be considered the usage of technology on a grand scale? It's not like masonry isn't an important technology, unless you're thinking of technology as building temples isn't, but I see those as social technologies, a way of human communities coming together for religious purpose to serve the community. I must admit the term industrialization is largely negative, the extraction of resources to make useless crap. Yeah, I suppose machinery that, like Emma said, increases production and efficiency. Um, yeah, that I think that's kind of the core of the conversation going back and forth between these two definitions, where one is this idea that it's massive undertakings on a grand scale by society versus the understanding that it is the automation and the mechanized production of things. Mifune says the connotations of industrialization you have are part of a capitalist hegemony trying to narrow your conception of what's possible to suit the purposes of the bourgeois. Thing is, Mifune, I don't think necessarily that's tied directly to capitalism. Capitalism used that perspective of industrialization. There's nothing inherent to industrialization and capitalism being tied together. Again, it could have been done through social means, and it could have been done through a socialism or social production. And as a matter of fact, when we think about, say, any society that tried to approach things through a socialist route, there isn't necessarily a tie-in to capitalism. And so what I'm trying to figure out between these two definitions that are both conflicting and valid is whether or not we should be looking at it as the grand scale projection, like Mifune had suggested, or we should look at it as the mechanized understanding. And I think that very much depends on which definition of pre-industrial we go with. I would argue that pre-industrial is still kind of a judgy term regardless, because it presupposes that that's something that a culture or society would want. But it does beg the question. That's the case. I'm trying to make anarchy would just present an alternate mode of industrialization. Well, yeah, no, that's another great question, Jalix. What is mechanization? Is it a water wheel? Is it the steam engine? Is it coal production in some sort of is it energy that isn't simply muscle power? Then we have to consider that the water wheel was pretty much one of the first, obviously first, at the very least to me, forms of industrialization, which is typically thought of as cottage industry, honestly. Where is this leading me? Honestly, I'm fascinated seeing the different perspectives on this. Ah, Phobican. Yes. Claustro, I presume? Hey, that's such a cool sword. How did you end up trapped in here? Oh, the irony, right? It's a very embarrassing tale. I'd rather get back to my workstation. Thanks for snapping me out of it. Emma, I didn't see your comment before. I guess I'm just looking at it through my vague understanding of Marx. Productive forces, commodity production. There's no law saying you need to smog up your cities with furnaces and create a Victorian hellscape using steam and coal. They just did that because capitalism thought it was a good idea. True. So we got 2 Phobicans. We'll go get these last 3 power seals, make our way back there, and... Cool. We are making some progress in this game. Although those 2 were very limited, maybe mechanization was the widespread application of miniaturized mechanical power in the form of steam engine. Oh, I didn't get this earlier in the game. Solar punk industrialization? That'd be sick. That'd be sick. I mean, solar still requires the digging into the earth and everything, too. Probably been possible to increase the usage of wind and water energy. I'll be real with you, we had knowledge about renewable technologies as early as in our current timeline, and not this one that we're going off of. As early as, I'd say, the early 1900s. It was just not funded or researched because it wasn't advantageous, because who wants that? You know, who wants that in terms of capitalism, right? I need to switch time periods, and there is no convenient place to do that. At least we got this awesome music in Bamboo Creek. Solar Punk isn't exclusively about solar tech as much as it is about green tech being integrated with non-hierarchical ways of life. Oh no, I know. But most green technologies still require harvesting of metal. That's all I'm getting at. I need to switch time periods. Looks like there's a spot to do it a few rooms away. Like, anytime we talk about energy production, like, you're gonna have to have something that's gonna cause some sort of, you know, environmental degradation in some area. We can choose how much of it affects things. But I'm not sure you can have, like, capitalism invented production obsolescence to make money. Your product breaks, you buy a new one. Yeah, for sure. Which is still the most absurd thing in the world. Oh, crap. I thought that was gonna crush me. Wait, what? Okay. You said it's very possible that materials sciences will make mining obsolete within our lifetimes? How so? Because it's not just mining, it's deforestation, it's mining, it's diverting rivers using dams, like any form of production of energy that that we are currently aware of. Would require some sort of extraction from the planet. So I'm curious how we would, through material sciences, produce enough of something to create more energy from it. Unless you're talking about, like, using solar energy to replace certain metals, for example. They're working on developing nanotech that can restructure base materials into any given material we need. Yeah, and those are still going to require an energy source. And the question becomes, is it efficient enough, then, to produce that? Well, like, you're talking about basically, at that point, a replicator, right? Like, if we think about it that way. Like, dilithium is too costly in Star Trek to reproduce in a replicator. Because it takes dilithium to make it, right? So, like, will we have a similar issue? Where we have an issue where we can't make certain things or certain materials because it would take too much energy to produce. Because we have to power the nanotech, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking about with that. Because, I mean, what you're describing, Mifune, is essentially the creation or the attempt to create a perpetual motion machine with more steps. Or a perpetual energy production with more steps. Which, honestly, would be great if we could manage it. That would literally mean infinite energy. Or infinite materials or whatever. And I'm wondering if they're just thinking, oh, we could just trade solar, as it were. Well, we could trade, like, solar energy for something else. Right? Like, we could trade one form of energy for another. It happens all the time. And it's quite useful to do so. Why am I having so much trouble with this? There we go. Finally. I might as well get Ruxton's amulet while I'm over here. Like, I'm just trying to imagine, Mifune, like, how far this tech is going. You're saying the materials of solar tech and other technologies could be produced through nanotech, and maybe nanotech could be powered through some form of atomic energy consumption. So you're talking about using, like, fission to produce the metals for solar energy, right? That's what I meant about, like, you need some sort of trade-off. And given what we know about some of the cleaner forms of nuclear energy, maybe that would be a feasible way to do that. I don't know. I'd have to look more into that. Ruxton's final resting place. Looks like there's a note addressed to the messenger. Dear messenger, if you're reading this, it means what my research indicated is true and you've traveled 500 years into the future. I mean it when I said I was done being evil. I even planned for my relics to come to your aid. First is my amulet, yours to keep and remember me by. I also left my staff at the top of Glacial Peak. It will answer to you as long as you carry my amulet. Also, I did some digging around the catacombs and I believe I found a secret entrance to a new area you should explore, though it was very dark. Look for the secret passageway in the room with 2 bats and a moving platform. Best of luck on your quest, Ruxton. It should activate the Necromancer's staff. So we have... something like that. The use of nanotech in this manner could also be great for waste, sewage, and garbage management. True. True. You're almost describing nanotech functionally as being like the equivalent of transmutations in alchemy, as it were. Like that dream that you could turn any material into any material. I mean, that would honestly be a revolutionary process in and of itself. But like Cyrus says, it really does depend on what the trade-off and the costs are. How efficient is it? And that is definitely an important question to be considering. Do you have any literature on that, Mifune? Because I'd be very interested in looking more into that. Also, I am trying to remember where a certain pathway is, because I kind of want to go there. But I cannot remember for the life of me how to get there. Okay, I don't know what just happened there. If someone's watching, you can pretend you just wanted to show them how I always have random contextual insults when you die. The door just squashed me. And then I said, look, you either put your socks on or your sandals, but you can't do both. Oh, sorry, did you just get crushed? And power seal. Horrible is much funnier than most comedians. True. Let me see if I can go up that way. Did Corvo hurt your feelings, Duke? Jedek says, this was an interesting conversation. I have a lot to think about, but I wanted to play some games before I went to bed. So that's what I'm gonna do. Enjoy your games and have a great night, Jalex. Thank you for stopping by. And I'll be sure to update you when we start next week, if you don't get a chance to watch the VOD. I forget if I can get him here in 16-bit. No, I have to come from the other way. Have a great night, Duke. Thank you for joining us. See, that's what we need, is we need key power. Nah, Mifune, you've got that right. Where does it want me to go? Where the wind chills the bones, an old enemy has been waiting against people to help us. Okay. I guess we could do that. That said, I am going to be right back. I'll leave the music playing. And I am back. I kind of want to see how I get to the area the magic seashell brings us to. I don't remember. Because I prefer to do that than this area. One second. It's in the Howling Grotto. Did I miss a spot in the Howling Grotto? That's where I thought it was. Yeah, let's go to the Howling Grotto instead. That is where you get... One. That's the name of it. Yep, that's where you get that. Okay. Cool. I have a plan. Now, where is this located? Oh, it's over there. You know what? I'll get this seal, and then I'll go grab it. We will get to explore one new area today. If I have it on my drive, then yes. I would just need to grab a quick bite to eat after this, and then we can totally do that. I actually missed all of the E3 stuff. What happened? I didn't see anything from E3. I've just been so in other headspaces. I actually think it would be faster for me to die here. To get where I need to go. I mean, I just told everybody who's watching that I died on purpose. It was kind of been, ugh, there was literally nothing interesting in E3. You can tell it was becoming a shell of its former self. How much of that do you think is from the pandemic? And them not having time to develop things? Because I know E3's been kind of going downhill for like multiple years. But I just wonder if the pandemic really like sank it. We are now heading to a new area. And we're hopefully going to get through that area. E3's been like that for a while now, especially with its weird corporate here's a quarter report. Oh, yeah. No, that's been bizarre for a while. Okay, I need to be... There we go. Let's brag about our sales as if it's a shareholders meeting. Like, no, we came here for games. Yeah. No, that's a really good point. If it was me, I would say that E3 needs to stop being so corporate and actually make it about the games. Here we go. So with the magic seashell, we can actually find our pathway here. Because this is technically a maze, and if you don't have the seashell, the music and the pathway does not open up. You can technically do this without the seashell, but it's a lot harder, or you have to like look up a guide. Because it is technically the same order every time. Try to focus on the games, in my opinion, and be more inclusive in games where presenting, like, for example, more indie games. Yeah, definitely. I think it would benefit E3 to not just highlight, like, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, EA, and like, all of the big AAA names out there. Like, it'd be nice if they had more indie developers getting spotlight. And... welcome to the Sunken Shrine. And with unlocking the sunken shrine, we have a good number of the locations unlocked. Strange energy emanates from behind the sealed gates. 2 sockets seem to be missing their crust. And dialogue with the shopkeep. This place looks ancient. Oh, you noticed. We're not clear on what the sunken shrine really is, other than the ruins of a religion long forgotten. The prophet thinks it was built to worship legendary heroes who ascend into guardian gods. Whoa. Crazy, right? I mean, who becomes a god? It's all under the sea now anyway, but apparently their power had to do with the stars. Anyway, if our calculations are correct, you should find a music note somewhere in here. We only have 1 ability left. EA and activism too, I mean, it's the most American companies that make it shareholder meetings. True. I could see that, Mifune. I could definitely see a Mortal Kombat vibe here. I remember this one being kind of brutal. Microsoft, it seems, has given up on the Xbox being a gaming console. It's always been obsessed with, hey, you can watch movies, Netflix, etc. Like, no wonder why you guys have no games. They've never really been good at making the games, as it were. I feel like they've always kind of had that that mindset where they were just trying to compete for the sake of competition rather than because they actually wanted to make games. Thank you. That's what I wanted. The Lightfoot Tabby. You can now run on liquid surfaces by holding R. Just make sure you keep moving. And time shards. This is the coolest ability in the game, honestly. Being able to run on water like that. But it actually did give us a hint at something. It's not just water you can run on. You can run on any liquid. We have Halo, Crackdown, Fable, games that from that scam artist have been developed. Oh yeah. Like, most of the Microsoft games outside of Halo really didn't really hit the mark as far as I'm concerned. I think I exit there. I thought I... Microtransactions are a large part of why I lost interest in gaming. I entirely get that, Mifune. It's why I tend to focus on indie games more than anything else. Because I don't appreciate the scam of microtransactions. Like, part of the fun of unlocking things in games was always finding secret areas and exploring them, and then you kind of just took that away and made it something that you could just purchase. Okay, for real, what other game can you go from a squirrel suit dive into running on water? This is what I love about the acrobatics of this game. I'm usually drawn to more stories of games anyway, so I can get a good story without games. True. I think that when the medium of gaming does its job correctly, though, it does tell very good stories. I don't think there's any reason to ever buy a game on launch anymore. Like, for me personally, I would just rather buy the game if I get it when it's, you know, like a half a year to a year's passed by and everybody's on to the next big AAA title, and then I don't have to go spend a ton of money. I haven't played the first Last of Us game, so... But I'd rather just, like, get them in bundles when they're super cheap. I'm not about buying them new. I'll buy some indie games new if there's a developer or a game that I want to support kind of thing, but AAA, no. You got the Sun Crest. Maybe it has something to do with the locked door with the 2 sockets in the sunken shrine. In post-capitalist world, we could all just access to one large gaming archive. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? And no microtransactions. That's how we sell all the gamers on going against capitalism. Just tell them there's gonna be no more microtransactions. I love this segment. Watch this. Boop. Running on water, not getting crushed. It just makes you feel like a complete badass when you're not really doing anything that special. And I appreciate that a game can make me feel that way. I like The Last of Us because it feels like it's a way more realistic depiction of a post-apocalyptic world and how human beings behave. Apocalyptic fiction has too much rugged individualism in its narrative. I've heard that it's really good. I've just never played it. Is it on, is it exclusive to a console, or is it, available for, like, every console? Microtransactions make me feel like I'm being badgered by the Ferengis while I'm playing. True. Like, hey, buy our stuff. Can you buy our stuff now? Why aren't you buying our stuff? Also, if you want to play the game more, you should buy our stuff. Last of Us actually presents a world where, while crap of course shows that humans still operate in groups and the potential of creating a different world. Okay, I don't have access to a PlayStation right now, so that is unfortunate. Was Last of Us 2 on PS4 or 5? Both 4 and 5? Okay. There's a secret down there. There we go. More time shards. I almost have enough for the final upgrade. And the moon crust. I've heard that there's shortages of the 5 because of all the tech stuff that's going on. We put the sun crust and the moon crust in the door, and it opens. And that's the last of my teas. BioShock is great too in terms of politics. I'm pretty sure I have BioShock. I'm gonna just quickly check that. I have Infinite. I don't have the other ones. Let us enter the shrine. This is actually a really nice scene. It's part of why I wanted to do all this first. Welcome, adventurer. You must be weary. Allow the sanctity of this place to mend your wounds and invigorate your spirit. We are proud of all you could achieve on your own. What is this place? This shrine and its history matter little now. A tragic fate has befallen this world indeed. Eons ago, we were its guardians. Are you gods? Some would say that. As the roots of wisdom grew more distant with each passing generation, humans took their security for granted and set faith aside. Devoid of worshippers, our power slowly faded. Your world has a vibrant sight before the flood. But your world was a vibrant sight before the flood. Then, as fate would have it, a powerful curse befell its only remaining piece of land. Guardians? How long ago was this? The implications of our story would make little sense to denizens of a fallen world. A fallen world? Your world, its connection to the stars have long been severed. Increasingly helpless in the face of its impending doom, we crystallized the last of our energy, so that when the time came, it could support humanity's final hope. That final hope, messenger, is you. As we have since the day you were born, we will be watching over you. Now receive our final gift to the world. Do you need to play the other Bioshocks to understand Infinite? You got the key of love. Left by the gods long forgotten, to be found at the time of greatest need. It is one of the notes needed to create a melody that will break the curse. That went a little faster than I expected. I might have time to do one more area. First and foremost, I want to go here. Because now we can run on lava. So let me guess, your name's Pyro. That's me. How'd you get so close to the Underworld if you can't stand fire? Oh, the irony, right? To be honest, I don't remember, but I do have to get back to my workstation. Thanks for snapping me out of it. Welcome to the 8-bit Underworld. We only visited here in 16-bit at the beginning of the game. So this is actually all technically completely new. We started here, we're gonna end here. I don't think I can do Barry White's voice, Mifune. I don't think that's within my register. Suppose I won't hold that against you. That's very gracious of you. Running on lava. Is that everything I needed from the Underworld? No, I think I need that down there. Okay. Okay. That happened. Can't really play that off with, you should see the other guy. I was pressing the button. I totally called that one. Corbel just won another bet. Damn it. That was on me. I think I just heard fireworks in the background. Yay. Wait till this loops and go. Oh, I love this room. I don't know why that is just the coolest thing. Okay, can't run on this lava. This is flowy lava. Got it. Is it me or is Christopher Nolan overrated as a film director? Don't get me wrong. Love his films, but I feel like he's overhyped. Yeah, I agree with that. That's fair. Also, did not expect the Underworld to go that fast either. You got the key of chaos. Nature's attempt to contain the Underworld's endless mayhem. It is one of the notes needed to create a melody that will break the curse. Blurry visions are forcing themselves into focus. What's happening with the orb? Wait, did you see something in there? Well, it was blurry. Uh-oh. What? Well, the demons are not only fighting us across time, but across space too. You mean parallel universes? Precisely. The orb, amongst other things, warns us of alternate timelines where the demons are about to win. And if that happens, these events could overwrite our own reality. How does that make sense? Oh, it doesn't. In fact, if you prefer consistency over additional content, I suggest you leave the orb alone. Additional content sounds good. Then I suggest you do not leave the orb alone. Where do I want to go to wrap things up? Give me 1 second. Let's see where I want to go. We have that, we've done that, we've done that. Missing one of those. Alright, I guess we could do that then. Let's go up to... Let's go up here. I'm sensing Ruxton's power. You must be holding the amulet. Do you want to teleport to the Cloud Ruins? I'd love to get out of this cold. Yes. We might honestly finish this game next time. Hey, it worked. I'll be here if you need to go back. Whoa, the view is insane. Why couldn't Ruxton leave me here instead? Welcome to the 8-bit Cloud Ruins. Also, I need a shop. I thought the realism in his Batman trilogy was only stylistic rather than socially realistic. Also, Nolan's version of Bane was like a straw man leftist. Isn't that usually how they depict Bane, though? The Nolan Batman was kind of ridiculous to me. Shop. Yes. Need anything. Upgrade. We have all our upgrades. By mastering patience and focus, you can wait to passively charge your next attack, making it deal triple damage. Does that mean I can... No. Nobody wants to do your Tower of Time challenge. Ooh, you like that big portal? It's actually kinda scary. After years of research, I realized one of the items we need to recover is in the very far future. We're trying to prevent. If my calculations are correct, it should take you there, but in order to activate it, you would need a relic endued with demon magic. Is that a sink? Yes, obviously. Why would an arcane shop have a sink? Because it has magical properties, of course. Behold, the money sink. The money sink? Yeah, I don't know. People kept complaining about how there weren't any ways to spend time shards once you had all the upgrades, and that we needed to fix this with a money sink. So we quite literally did that. Okay, how does it work? At the moment, it doesn't. Adventures threw too many time shards into the drain and now it's clogged. Is there any way to unclog it? Not really. Well, maybe if you had a money wrench. A money wrench? How can I find one? By looking for it? Oh, are you interested in my tools? I can show you my collection if you want. Maybe some other time. Do you happen to have a money wrench? Of course, it's my favorite tool. Can I borrow it? Oh, I don't know about that. I really like having it here. Come on, it's the only way to unclog the money sink. The money sink? I thought it had been destroyed during the raid. Could he be alive? 50 time shards and we have a deal. Fun fact, that will be whatever amount of shards you have at the time. So if you maxed your shards out and then come to him, it's gonna cost all of your shards, no matter what you do. It's my favorite tool. I won't negotiate. Do you want to buy my money wrench for 50 time shards? Yeah, there you go. Comic book Bane is usually depicted as far more of a lead assassin rather than a political actor. Wasn't he depicted kind of like a leftist in the Arkham games? I'm trying to remember. The money wrench magically unclogs a sink and disintegrates in the process. Wow. Well, that was underwhelming. Yeah, I've seen my fair share of cheaply implemented optional items usage pay off, but this one takes the cake. I know the wrench didn't even appear in my inventory. Irredeemable. So what was the point of unclogging the sink? To waste more time shards, of course. No need to say hi for me. Now we can enter the money sink. Haha, why, hello there. Who are you? I thought there were only 3 blue robes left. Is it really down to just 3? Sounds like hiding in here was a good call. Anyway, welcome, adventurer. The Craftsman's Corner. I am Ironhood, entrepreneur extraordinaire. Ironhood? I think I've heard of you. Well, you certainly heard of my creations. I see you are fully equipped with them at this very moment. Really? You didn't think the shopkeeper was the one who made the climbing claws, did you? Which, by the way, how are they working out for you? Well, sometimes they make me cling to the wall when I would rather keep on falling, but other than that, I guess they're fine. I see. Maybe using spider hair wasn't such a good idea after all. Pardon? But it matters not. I have since changed my vocation to toy making. Toy making? Toy making. So you sell toys. I'll stop the awkward laugh now. Here, take a look. Now we can buy little statues of the bosses and of the different enemies in the game. It's literally a money sink. The idea of Bane in the comics is what would happen if Batman had to fight somebody with his intelligence and martial prowess, who also had superhuman strength and durability. Oh yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Crap. Saw that coming a little too late, hesitated, and made it worse. And back to 8-bit. Oh yeah, this is technically a new path. In the 16-bit era, we couldn't go to that path. There we go. Oh, this is the worst one. I messed that up. Got it. Let's see if I have. But I really love that they're able to use this aesthetic to create two different areas, because the area we passed last time is right above us. This is actually a completely new section that has not been, like, something we've seen. And now we're back on the track of where we were. And now back to the 8-bit new section. How much further do we have? I might just call it here. We could finish up the Cloud Ruins in 8-bit next time. Actually, I don't know. How much longer is this? That's not really going to take... It's probably another 10 minutes, though. I'll wait till next time. That makes sense. And then after the Cloud Ruins, I have the river. I have the Forlorn Temple. I have that area. That's 3 areas. 4, 5. Yeah, we might actually finish this up next time. I'm actually shocked how fast this is going, honestly. But I want to thank you all for coming out and enjoying the stream with me. It was really lovely sharing this experience. We had great conversations. We might wrap up the messenger next week, if not the week after. So if you all want to consider what games you might want to see next, might be good to start considering that. If you're someone new, please do consider leaving a donation. I have a single donation and a Patreon link in the description down below, but only do so if you are in a position that it will not affect you financially or hurt you financially. Also in the description is a link to my Discord, as well as to my Twitter. The Discord is a lovely place where we have a lot of great conversations. I want to thank you all again for coming out. Mifune, thank you for enjoying the messenger with me. Gangle, thank you as well for being here. With that said, my name is Anarchist Terra. Thank you for watching.